watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is a busy day ahead. I want to let you know some of what we are monitoring just at this hour. I want to give you a live look at a news conference at the state capitol in Tallahassee, where a group of advocates and activists are holding a news conference criticizing lawmakers for looking at redistricting in this mid-decade. Talking about, you can see the Stop the Partisan Power Grab, some of those signs there. They say they have a lot of concerns about the state's push and discussion about mid-decade redistricting after President Trump called for some redrawn lines to help Republicans hold seats in the House. We're monitoring this. We will get into it coming up in a little bit. I also want to give you a live look right now at Miami-Dade College. This is at their Hialeah campus, where they are hearing a lot of public comment today about land for the future Trump presidential library. Now, the Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees previously voted to give that land to the state, for the state to give that land for the future Trump presidential library. We're talking about 2.5 acres of land used as a parking lot that's next to the Freedom Tower right in downtown Miami. Now, the board did previously vote on this, but there is a lawsuit pending that claims the college didn't follow open government laws for that meeting. So the trustees are hoping by holding a new meeting today, by re-voting on that will render that lawsuit moot, and they won't have to deal with that. So they did publish a notice for this meeting. Public comment is allowed, but speakers had to essentially sign up ahead of time via email. We should also note that this live coverage is coming to us via WSVN in Miami, because this meeting, unlike many of the other Board of Trustees meeting for the college, is not being live streamed by the college. So just some interesting notes and some things there. We have heard public comment. This meeting's been going on for several hours now. It began right around 8 o'clock this morning. So we'll check in on that in just a little bit. But I want to begin today and take you live to Indian River County and a somber scene there as the community and fellow colleagues with the sheriff's office, many others in the community, say goodbye to a fallen deputy, Terri Sweeting-Mashkow. She was shot and killed in the line of duty November 21st, serving an eviction notice at a home in Vero Beach, and now being laid to rest. A large crowd expected here for this funeral. Live coverage coming to you via the Indian River County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. Actually, it looks like I may have another feed of this that just came in. So let's go ahead and listen in live. This is Sheriff Eric Flowers, the Indian River County Sheriff, who is speaking now as they lay to rest a deputy who served with their sheriff's office for 25 years.
New York. I saw honor guards from Santa Rosa, Florida City, the beginning of the Keys. Thank you all for being here. From folks as close as Vero Beach, Sebastian, Fellsmere, and Indian River Shores, all here to pay their respects to our Terri. I also want to thank Corporate Air for the generous donation of this venue, and everyone who has helped make this service a beautiful day. I hope we don't ever, as an agency, have to get good at planning these funerals. Finally, I want to note that we are honored to have with us today the United States Honor Flag. First brought to Ground Zero by law enforcement officers from Texas shortly after September 11th, 2001. This American flag has traveled over 10 million miles, including on the Space Shuttle Atlantis. It has been at the memorial service of tens of thousands of first responders across this great nation. Before it makes its way to Texas for another service tomorrow, it is here today with us to forever take with it a part of our Terri. I'd now like to bring up Pastor Charles Gibby Gibson for the eulogy and a moment of silence.
Today, we stand in a sacred tension. Grief, because someone irreplaceable has been taken from us far too soon. And gratitude, because God, in His goodness, allowed us the privilege of knowing Sergeant Terri Sweeting-Mashkow. We learned from her, served beside her, laughed with her, and witnessed firsthand the courage and character that defined her life. Some of you know that my wife served in this sheriff's office and retired just last year. Terri was one of her closest friends. So today, I stand here not only as a pastor, but as someone whose life has been deeply touched by the men and women in these uniforms, and as someone who feels this loss personally. I feel the loss with you. I grieve with you. And today, I pray with a heart that is both pastoral and profoundly personal. A loss like this shakes us at the core. It raises questions that we cannot answer. It forces us to face the cost of the badge and the painful reality of sacrifice. In moments when answers fail, when sorrow outweighs strength, we can turn to the one who does not fail us. The psalmist said in Psalm 121, "I lift my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth." Today we lift our eyes to that same unchanging source of strength. Terri answered a calling, not just to a job, but a mission. She stepped into the gap where others stepped away. She ran toward danger with courage shaped by conviction and compassion, the kind of service that is more than professional. It's sacrificial. It's holy. As we begin this time of remembrance, we honor Terri's legacy with the reverence it deserves. We surround this family with our presence, our prayers, and our love. And we invite the God of all comfort to steady our hearts and strengthen our spirits. Scripture reminds us in Psalm 46 that God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. In this valley of sorrow, we cling to Him. We trust that He is near to the brokenhearted, and He lifts up those crushed in spirit. A beloved life, Terri's life, is like a stone cast into still water. It creates ripples that move outward long after the moment it touched the water. Every one of you are those ripples. Her influence, her kindness, her courage, they touched you. And because her impact was deep and wide, the void she leaves today is real. We feel it, and it matters. I will not stand here and tell you not to cry. Tears are holy. They are God-given. They are the natural language of love. In fact, you can think of it this way. Tears are simply liquid love, and many of you and us are leaking today. Jesus himself, the one who calmed the storms and raised the dead, wept at the tomb of his friend Lazarus. And he said, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." Today we claim that blessing, we cling to that comfort, and we move forward in the strength that only God provides. Let us pray. God of all comfort and Father of mercies, we invite your presence into this sacred moment. You are the one who draws near to the brokenhearted, the one who carries us when our strength fails. Today we ask you to wrap your loving arms around this family, to surround this sheriff's office with your protection and peace, and to steady every heart shaken by this loss. We thank you for the courage, the commitment, and selfless service of Terri. Her life reflected the kind of love your son spoke of, a love willing to lay itself down for others. Grant us hope today, not a shallow hope, but a deep and steady hope. Hold us, hold her family, hold this sheriff's office, hold this community. Be our refuge, be our strength, be our peace. In your holy name we pray, amen. Let us take comfort in the great words of King David, words spoken by a shepherd, words prayed by generations of God's people, words that have carried the grieving, strengthened the weary, and reminded the brokenhearted that they do not walk alone. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. As we hold these sacred words in our hearts, let us gently enter into a moment of silence, remembering our dear who have gone before us into the care of the Good Shepherd, and honoring all the brave men and women of Florida law enforcement who have given their lives in the line of duty. May their courage be remembered, their sacrifice honored, and their families upheld. Let us pause together in silent reflection.
Sergeant Terri Sweeting-Mashkow is how she will be memorialized in matters of rightfully deserved honor and respect. But to those of us fortunate enough to know her, she will always be our Terri. Since Terri was taken from us on the morning of November 21st, 2025, our agency has received an outpouring of support from our community, from the greater law enforcement family from around the country, and from those who never knew her. But they called or emailed just to say how sorry they were and that we were in their prayers. On the day we lost Terri, I heard from the other 66 Florida sheriffs, every one of them, as well as from law enforcement leaders from around the county, the state, and the country. I received a call from FBI Director Kash Patel, Governor Ron DeSantis, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Herodopoulos, Senator Aaron Grahl, Robbie Brackett, so many other messages and calls. I don't even remember each one of those calls, but thank you. All of these people who reached out to us did not just recognize the pain and sorrow of our agency, but of our whole community, and especially that of Casey, Kathy, Haley, and all of Terri's family. This year marks the centennial anniversary of our county, and by extension, the 100 years of the Indian River County office. Agency's history, which is, of course, 2 deaths too many. On September 23rd, 1986, Corporal Richard Razkowski was shot and killed while investigating a suspicious person. There are only a few people with our agency today who were here when Corporal Razkowski was killed. But I know many of our retirees who are joining us today remember him well. For the rest of us, his name and picture are prominent in our main building. on the memorial page of our website, and through our annual radio call in which he is remembered through a tribute broadcast on our main law enforcement channel every year on the anniversary of his death. His friends and colleagues affectionately called him Raz, and there are members of Raz's family with us today. They are here because they remain part of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office family. Just like Terri's family will forever be part of us. I would be remiss if I did not mention the tragic violent loss of Deputy Gary Chambliss, who while off duty was senselessly shot and killed on February 17, 2017. We also lost Deputy Gerard Paulo on June 12, 1992, after a medical episode during a training class. All of these team members and their families will always be a part of this Sheriff's Office family. This agency never forgets. The Indian River County Sheriff's Office and our community have come together in the midst of this tragedy. More accurately, we have come closer together. Already a family, we have spent the past week and a half crying, hugging, and praying. We've also shared meals generously donated by area restaurants and churches. Gatherings in our auditorium to break bread together allowed for the sharing of stories about Terri over the last 25 years and 16 days of her career. These stories about Terri brought about much needed smiles and laughter to a deeply hurting agency. With Terri's daughter, the love of her heart, Haley, here today, it's probably best that some of those stories are not shared right now. But Haley, you can be sure, absolutely sure, that your mom was loved by this agency and this community. You can look around and see that love here today. And rest assured, that will always continue as you are always, always part of the Sheriff's Office family. Many here today were not fortunate enough to have known our Terri. But let me tell you a little about her. Terri Sweeting was born in Oswego, New York in 1978. She graduated from Oswego High School in 1996 and from Oswego State University with a bachelor's degree in public justice in the year 2000. That same year, she moved to Florida. Because we all know that what Florida needs is more people from New York. But I'll tell you this, if they're all like Terri, we'll take them. She started with our agency as a public safety dispatcher, where she began to solidify friendships that would last over a quarter century. After a few years, she decided she wanted to be on the other side of the radio. So she went to the police academy at Indian River State College and graduated with Class 90. Terri became a sworn deputy sheriff in 2003. She excelled as a deputy, and it was no surprise. Many in the audience today were trained by Terri, and I know all of them would openly profess they are better cops for having been trained by Terri. I know that sentiment goes for the dispatcher she worked with, as well as her zone partners, myself included, and her team members in our civil unit. Terri touched the lives of many of us and had a positive impact on those blessed to know her. And not just our agency. Many of you may have seen the news of a local resident who had come to our station to pay tribute to Terri. This resident said Terri had arrested her several times, but that it was God who put them on a path to meet. She said that even while being arrested, Terri told her, "You are so much more than this. You're smart, you're beautiful, but you have to get your mind right. I know you are struggling with things, but there is so much more to you than this." She said Terri would check in with her from time to time, and eventually, the woman who Terri arrested several times got on track. She went back to school and earned her high school diploma. And Terri, attended her graduation. She wrapped up her news interview by saying, "Terri was an angel then, and she's an angel now. And I thank the Lord for her. We all thank the Lord for Terri." Her encounters with the public earned her the respect of both the community and her agency. Many of our dispatchers can attest that some 911 callers would ask for Terri by name, or at least the name some in the community gave her: "Send Deputy Sweetie." Terri was street savvy, could navigate calls and the loudest suspects. She was firm in her enforcement of the law, but what earned her the respect, even of those she arrested, was that Terri was fair, tough on the outside, but a tender heart and a soft spot for the downtrodden. Make no mistake, her tender heart and kindness were never to be mistaken for weakness. Terri was a cop's cop and would get down to business anytime she needed to. The smile you see on her picture was genuine. But if you were a bad guy and you did something to make that smile go away, things were not going to end well for you. But if you treated her with respect, even if you did wrong, you would get that respect reciprocated. In her 25 years of service, Terri was recognized with many awards, including Life-Saving in 2008, Honorable Service in 2015, Exceptional Duty in 2019, the Grand Cordon in 2020, Going the Extra Mile in both 2020 and 2021. In 2023, Community Service Award in 2023, Sworn Services Recognition Ribbon in 2025, and Hurricane Milton Service Ribbon in 2025. She was also posthumously awarded the Purple Heart, Combat Cross, and the Medal of Honor. But the award that we can't put on a medal or ribbon is the trust she earned from this community and the respect she earned from her Indian River County Sheriff's Office family. Since losing Terri, I have heard from many of our agency members who had special. I also know there were plenty of memories and friendships that I am not aware of. There are just too many of us who were friends with Terri to name everyone. However, I want to note not only the close relationship, but the exceptional bravery of Sergeant Gary Farless and Deputy Tino Arisby. Both of these men engaged the suspect who killed Terri, and Deputy Arisby did so after in the shoulder.
It appears we're having some issues with our feed there from the Indian River County funeral, but so bear with us here. We are continuing to listen to Sheriff Eric Flowers eulogizing Sergeant Terri Sweeting-Mashkow, who was killed in the line of duty. Let's go ahead and listen back in as the sheriff continues to speak.
And those who came on duty that day. The response to death was expedient, professional, and passionate. Thank you to our analysts in the Real-Time Crime Center and to our Public Safety Dispatch Unit who were working during the incident and did an outstanding job of managing their duties. Public Safety Dispatcher Tiffany Leva was on the law enforcement channel when the call unfolded. Tiffany, wherever you are out there, well done. I want to extend my condolences to the family of David Long, some of whom are here with us today. As you know, Mr. Long was the locksmith on scene and was there to help our deputies with the eviction process. He was a beloved member of our community, and I have heard from many people how they both used his services and considered him a friend. Another tragic loss for which we grieve. As I mentioned, the outpouring of support from other agencies and the public has been overwhelming, and it started as soon as word spread. On the day Terri was killed, as is customary in law enforcement, she was provided an escort from the scene to the medical examiner's office in Fort Pierce. During the procession, Dozens of emergency vehicles followed the ambulance carrying Terri. I saw hundreds of people lining A1A, Wabasso, 510, 512. These community members must have waited hours to show their respect because they would never have known when we would be driving by. American flags, salutes, hands on hearts, and more tears than anyone should see, all for our Terri. All for the community's Terri. There are many agencies who helped in that escort, and to all our public safety partners, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I feel compelled to mention a few agencies in particular. Indian River Fire Rescue, who was on scene within minutes, helped our injured deputy and provided the ambulance to transport Terri. Indian River Fire Rescue, thank you. Indian River Shores Public Safety, who transported Deputy Arisby to the hospital after he was shot. To our partners at Indian River Shores, thank you. Next, I want to thank the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, specifically their motor unit. Exactly 1 year ago to the day, November 21st, 2024, they lost 3 motor deputies in a tragic crash. While they could have taken that day to grieve on the 1-year anniversary, they were here helping us provide a dignified escort for our Terri. Law enforcement is just that kind of family. I also want to thank the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, your honor guard. You guys have been amazing. In the last 24 hours, Port St. Lucie had a deputy that was shot. Thank you for your assistance. Their honor guard is here as well today, despite all that they've gone through in the last day. Speaking of family, this is not just a word we use. Casey, Kathy, Haley, you may think that the loss of your wife, your daughter, your mother means you no longer have a family member in law enforcement. Nothing could be further from the truth, because your family just got a whole lot bigger. I want you to look around this venue. It doesn't matter what patch is on the shoulder or what name is on the badge. These people and thousands more just like them around the country are now your family. And yes, we can be dysfunctional, but we love you and you're stuck with us. We will continue to grieve, cry, be angry, sad, experience any number of other emotions. In the months and years ahead, there will be memorials, plaques, and other rightfully deserved honors. But what we will also do is honor Terri's memory in the best way we can, the way she would have wanted us to, by remembering her 25 years of dedication to law enforcement and serving our community with distinction. We will all aspire to serve like Terri. We have a few other team members who wanted to share their thoughts and memories of Terri on video. Thank you.
As they prepare to show that video, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to keep an eye right now on the funeral service for the fallen Indian River County Deputy Terri Sweeting-Mashkow, who was shot and killed in the line of duty. Continuing to play a memorial video during that service right now. Also want to give you a live look right now inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where Commissioner Wilson, who you see there, is discussing a potential study and look at safety requirements and a number of other enforcement steps for, as you see on the screen there, micro-mobility devices. We're specifically talking about e-bikes and scooters and those kinds of things, as there have been a growing number of issues and those kinds of things with those in a number of different communities across the state. Many communities have been taking a look at this. Orange County might be the next. We're keeping an eye on this. I wanted to get you live now, though, to the Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees meeting, where we are hearing right now, after a lot of public comment, hours of public comment, we're now hearing some comment from the members of the Board of Trustees. This is Marcel Felipe, who is speaking right now ahead of another vote on the conveyance of this land. We're talking about the 2.63 acres of land beside the Freedom Tower in Miami. It is Miami-Dade College land that is currently being used as a parking lot, I believe a faculty parking lot there right next to the Freedom Tower. And so there is expected to be a vote on this shortly on giving this land to the state for it to be given for the Trump Presidential Library. As I mentioned earlier, there was a vote on this previously, but they are re-voting on this to make sure they did not run afoul of any open meetings laws. So let's go ahead and listen in as we're hearing members of the Board of Trustees kind of give their reasoning and their thinking ahead of this vote.
For their opinion. When you call the state of Florida authoritarian state, I think was the word that was used, then to people like us that lived in a totalitarian state and under authoritarian regimes, yeah, at that point you lose all credibility, because that just tells me that you're so blinded that you have failed to maintain your objectivity and your impartiality when making a decision. It is extremely disrespectful to Cuban Americans, to Nicaraguans, to Venezuelans, to anyone that has lived under that regime, to say that we are living under that regime. You know what would happen if people were to protest and know there's a regime? You would get executed. As the Cuban Americans got executed in the Bay of Pigs and have been getting executed till last week. That's the difference. You may have a difference of opinion on the policies of the government of the United States and of the state of Florida, and that's fine. And certainly we have a lot of different ways that we can look at a certain subject. Almost everybody that opposed it, and particularly those that were opposing it blindly, this measure blindly, pointing to immigration. And certainly there's a lot of room to debate on immigration policies and what should be the priorities as the people who are here illegally and who should be able to get to stay. But you know what? There's another side to that policy that you have to also acknowledge. Open borders really benefits not the immigrants, but the cartels and the human smugglers. You know what the price is to get a family across that border? Whatever the human smuggler wants it to be. Because after they get you here, they tell you, you know what, the price has changed. And if you don't know, we agreed on 10,000. No, it's 20,000. And if you don't, we'll kill them. And guess what? They do kill the family members. Girls 12 years old show up at our border, pregnant. So there is a human cost to that immigration, to the open immigration policy. So what I'm saying is you can't come and be so blinded that think that somebody that disagrees with you has absolutely no basis for the policies that they are promoting. There's two sides to every story. Try to keep that in mind. One of the things that really, there's two things that really strike me as to the hypocrisy of those, that small group that really wants to make this an issue. One is,
okay, thank you.
Excuse me. One is, not one of those people, not one, ever had any issue when the Communist Party of China had a Chinese government-funded institute at Miami-Dade College. Nobody. They were perfectly happy with that. But an American presidential library, that's an issue. I'll go one step further. The person chairing that institute, they were very happy promoting her to being the president of the college. So, yeah, I have an issue with that because it tells me that you're not looking at this objectively. More importantly, everybody on that side talks about the Freedom Tower. Freedom Tower has been in public hands for 20 years. And not one of the people talking about the Freedom Tower and its importance raised a single penny or did anything to make the Freedom Tower the museum that it is today. You know who did? I did. You know who did? This board did. I asked the governor for $25 million. I used our 2 million subscribers to ask the governor for that $25 million. So, don't use the Freedom Tower as a political punching bag when it suits you. You've got to be there on the good and you've got to be there on the bad. Now, I got to tell you, to me, this is why the Democratic Party has been losing votes. This is why you're out there screaming instead of in here voting. Let me explain something to you. Excuse me, you have to, excuse me. Let me explain how this works. No, excuse me, let me explain how this works. We live in a free country. You have a chance to speak, I have a chance to speak. Now, you don't get to shut me down because you don't agree with my point of view. You don't get to shut me down because you don't agree with my point of view. Stop acting like an
You just
authoritarian.
sent your point of view on everything except the matter at hand.
Okay.
Yes.
With me right now. We've had a respectful meeting. No one interrupted any speaker on either side while you spoke. Please
Yeah, but we
show
don't
the
have 3 minutes.
same level, or you will also be asked to leave. Show the same level. We respected all the views, and we were, views we didn't agree or agree with. I would ask for the same level.
The reason I said that is because I really believe that our country benefits from a two-party system. I really want a thriving, prosperous Democratic Party that competes. And we're losing that in Florida. We're losing the folks like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Levine Kawas, the Bob Graham, the Dante Fasels, the Club Peppers, the folks that really represented a balanced view within the realm of objectivity.
Trustee Philippe, I'd ask you to stay within the subject matter.
We're done. We're done. The library, Trump Library. The Trump Library, if you look at it objectively, is good for Miami-Dade College, is good for Miami, is good for Florida. Miami was built first by the flaggers and the Brickles that put us on the map. The Bahamian community that first arrived at the turn of the century. And the Cubans opened it up and made it a metropolis. That allowed the doors to come in for the rest of Latin America, and we turned it into the capital of Latin America. Then New Yorkers and others from the north came and have turned it into the capital, the Wall Street of the South. This now cements it as a political center of American life, no longer the place down south where you come to vacation, but somewhere where the Republican Party can have their national debates, where the Democrats can hold mass rallies and protests. There's going to be an Air Force One sitting inside of this presidential library. It certainly puts Miami on the map. You can't see that because you're so blinded by hate for this president, and you're really not looking at what's in the best interest of Miami. The Trump administration of the Trump folks in the nonprofit planning to spend about $1 billion to build this project. Think about that. With local contractors, with local architects. Think about the money, the economic impact on the short term. Think about the benefit on the long term. And quite frankly, when you guys are talking about the critics that had good points, some critics have very good points. Hey, listen, have you considered the financial aspect of this? Or speaking with Mr. Steve Witkoff in a brief conversation, he said, he wasn't entirely
The Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees continuing to speak right now. Things getting heated at times as we heard some outbursts from folks in the crowd. We have seen throughout the meeting a couple of people escorted out by security as well. So emotions running high as the discussions about this land for the future Trump Presidential Library being discussed ahead of another vote at this Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees meeting going on live right now in Hialeah. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now. The Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees meeting as we are hearing some more discussion here. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what may be happening next in this meeting.
And thank you, Madam President, for really giving us all this opportunity to once again come here together. Today we're here not only to reaffirm a decision as a board, but now as we have more facts to have further discussions that we've had today, but also to allow the public another opportunity to be able to speak. And I want to thank each and every one of you on both sides for coming out today and sharing your voice. See, that's very important to me. My parents came to this country like millions of Americans because of freedom. My own family story is a reminder of what makes freedom possible. A day like today, when over 100 people have spoken freely, is a reason why so many of us have come to this country and why my parents came. You see, my family came here through Operation Pedro Pan, and I know some of you have mentioned that, as children. And my grandparents later came and were processed in that actual Freedom Tower that many of you have brought up today. They could have never dreamed of the day that they could do what all of you have been able to do today, which is to speak freely. That history is personal to me in many ways. Just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to take over 250 students from right here in the city of Hialeah to the Freedom Tower. They had the opportunity to see what history is all about, to learn about the building, not just as a Freedom Tower, but its history as a newspaper, to learn about victims of communism, and to get the true learning of freedom. Many of those students are children of immigrants themselves. And experiences like that remind us of how powerful it is when young people can connect to this nation and understand what opportunity truly means. A presidential library will offer a similar opportunity for our students and families to learn about our country its leadership, and the responsibilities of citizenship. And I honestly look forward to being part of that legacy. You see, Miami-Dade College has never been driven by politics. It has always been guided by our students, which many of them spoke today, by education, and by belief that every learner deserves a pathway to a better life. This vote today is not about a court case. It's not about our legal obligations. It's about facts. It's about integrity, and it's about serving our community. When discussions are clouded by speculation and mischaracterizations, it's our duty as a board, and honestly as adults, to make the record right. The choice today is simple. It's a presidential library or luxury condos. One invests in education, opportunity, and public good. The other invests in private profit. In 2018, the previous president of Miami-Dade College pushed and lobbied for luxury condos that would not benefit any students at this college. This project today delivers what private development cannot. It will create unparalleled educational opportunities for our students, including research programs, academic partnerships, and access to primary historical material that can enrich the learning of all disciplines. Students will engage with the library's collections, gain hands-on experience, and have exposure to cultural programming that enhances critical thinking and civic understanding. Many of those students will never be able to travel to any other presidential library throughout this country to experience that. There's also been speculation about adding a hotel or other revenue-generating components.
That is Vice Chair Roberto Alonso putting it bluntly just a moment ago. Would you rather have a presidential library on that lot, or would you rather have luxury condos, which is going to provide more for the students, which is going to provide more for the community? We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you to the cabinet meeting, or the cabinet room of the White House, rather, where President Donald Trump holding his ninth cabinet meeting of his second term. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks, surrounded by the members of his cabinet.
We ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability, affordability, affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. Then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level, but we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75, think of that, $2.75, and it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%, thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Yeah?
We're doing great, sir. It's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's call it the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's, people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay, I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did, every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%, 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year. 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, and I say it now, and the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people, and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now we're bringing, I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. We, as you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I imposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a 4th world country. You know, we allow 3rd world country in. We would allow 4th world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up.
Continuing to listen to President Trump, want to get you to this Miami-Dade College board meeting where they're getting ready to vote on the conveyance of this land.
Trustee Diaz, former Representative Diaz, of being in the legislature, chairing education committees. as he said, we are asked by the state of Florida, by the cabinet, by this governor, to convey our unused land to the state. We are a state college. We're not University of Miami. We're not an SMU. We're not UMass. We're not Texas A&M or SMU. We're not a private university. We are a state university, funded by the state, created by the state, and asked by the state to convey this property. Now, the other piece that was brought up is the conveyance, as we convey this, that was brought up by some speakers advocating for, correctly, we should have counsel, we should have independent counsel on the conveyance documents and on the deed work. And we are and have engaged such counsel. Working with the state to put a framework on the conveyance that is used for a nonprofit presidential library with conditions. In the event, anything ancillary that's on a revenue generated or profit generated basis is somehow realized on it, I am full agreement with Trustee Alonso that the college should look and will advocate for a revenue share to come back to the college. There's been wild speculation in terms of the value of the land. And though whatever value is assigned or speculatively created, it pales in comparison in terms of the opportunity, the economic opportunity, educational opportunity, job creation opportunity, the impact that in the heart of Miami, walking distance from the cruise ships, walking distance from the global hub of tourism in our community, if not in the world, we have a presidential library connected to the college. You can go and we can cite it, and some of it has already been done in terms of the economic impact in Texas, the economic impact in Little Rock, or the Bill Clinton Library. It's pretty much revitalized and created billions and billions of dollars of economic revitalization. And we can go through each one of these presidential libraries and the impact they've had in the community surrounding them. And we have that opportunity. And with more so that it will give our students and our faculty access into something that, again, there's only 16 of them in the country. So I am strongly in favor of the vote we're about to take. I, again, want to express my appreciation for everyone that has spoken today, almost everyone that has spoken today, because I genuinely hope that we can respect each other's very different points of view and perspectives, and vigorously debate and vigorously argue against them, but not demonize each other. Not demonize each other. Everyone has the logic and understanding for why they believe what they believe. And if we bubble ourselves off and then close ourselves off and just sit in an echo chamber so that anyone that views something differently than us, we just can't even fathom how they could, because not only is it wrong, but it's morally wrong, then we've lost the ability to function as a citizenry, and we've lost the ability to sustain this American experiment. I appreciate everyone's participation today, and as Trustee Segovia said, would love to have you part of our other college board meetings where we're celebrating accomplishments and all the incredible things we do in Miami-Dade at Miami-Dade College. And as everyone has said here, the doors are always open and the cameras are always on. Oh, and so as I said, we have trustee Alonso and Montreal also that have been part of the meeting from afar, and I believe trustee.
Chair Rebecca, this is trustee Blanco. I have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I do want to apologize for not being there, and I do want to let everybody know that I have been on the call since before the meeting started. And I really want to express my appreciation for all of those that were.
Hearing more comment now from another member of the Board of Trustees. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside the Indian River County funeral service for the fallen deputy Sergeant Terri Sweeting-Mashkow. This is the pastor who has been speaking at the different points throughout the service today, giving a final blessing, some final remarks as this service comes to a close before it heads outside for the law enforcement honors. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
And your guide, your grief is real. Your tears are holy, and your love for her will never fade. But even in this pain, know this: your mom is still with you. She is cheering you on from heaven, proud of the young woman you are becoming, and waiting for the day you will see her again. As Uncle Eric said, look around, Haley. All these uniforms you see today, they are not just strangers. They are your mom's brothers and sisters in arms. They are now your aunts and uncles. They carry her legacy, her courage, and her love, and they are here to protect you, to support you, and to walk with you every step of the way. Hold on to her love, carry her courage, and remember the God who loves you even more than your mom did is walking with you every step of the way. You are never alone, Haley. You are your mom's greatest legacy, and she will always live on in you. To Terri's brothers and sisters who wear the uniform, Terri ran her race well, with courage, compassion, and conviction. She stood in that gap. She protected the vulnerable. She lived the oath she swore. Her watch has ended, but the calling continues. And now the baton she carried so faithfully passes to each of you. Not to replace her, because no one could ever do that, but to carry forward what she embodied: courage in chaos, calm in crisis, integrity in all things, service before self, and a heart that never quit. Her legacy is now part of yours. Her memory will go with you on every call, every midnight shift, every moment of uncertainty, every time the badge feels heavy. Honor her not only with ceremony, but with the way you live, serve, and protect. And to our community, Terri's community, let Terri's life call something out of us. Let her sacrifice not simply be observed, but be carried forward. Let us choose unity over division, gratitude over anger, and compassion over indifference. Let us support those who protect us, care for those who mourn, and strengthen the bonds that make a community worth defending. Honor Terri by loving one another well, by stepping into the needs around you, and by living with the same courage and kindness she showed so many. A hero's life ought to change us. May her life change this community for the better. Would you bow your heads with me? May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. Heavenly Father, comfort this family. Steady every deputy and first responder. Surround this community with your unfailing presence. Fill every grieving heart with your peace. And remind us that your love has the final word. As we leave this place, may the God who holds eternity go before us. May Christ, our way, our truth, and our life, walk beside us. And may the Holy Spirit uphold you until the day you are reunited with his presence, where there is no more death, no more sorrow, no more crying, no more pain. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
taps being played by a bugler. You heard the firing party outside of the aviation hangar there. Some final tributes and final ways to show respect to the fallen Indian River County Deputy Sergeant Terri Sweeting-Mashkow, killed in the line of duty, died November 21st after being shot while serving an eviction notice at a home in Vero Beach. And you can see the large crowd that has turned out for her funeral today as they show their respect to someone who served their community for 25 years. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a breaking news update as we take a live look at the Freedom Tower and Miami, Florida. The Miami-Dade College Wolfson campus, where just a few moments ago during the Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees meeting that we were looking in live on and listening into some of that discussion and debate earlier today, the Board of Trustees unanimously approving the conveyance of the land for the future Trump Presidential Library. As we had talked about, that was a vote that had already been taken previously to give that land to the state, for the state to give that land for the future Trump Presidential Library. There were kind of procedural questions and issues that came up, a pending lawsuit over whether they violated open meeting laws the first time they held that vote. And so they decided to redo that. And with that, we heard hours of public comment today, some in favor, some against. And a lot of discussion among the Board of Trustees before that unanimous approval. So wanted to give you that update this afternoon. Also want to give you a live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera along the Space Coast. SpaceX expected to hold a launch of more Starlink satellites a little bit later today if the weather and other things cooperate. 3/16 is when that is scheduled for. But the big news regarding SpaceX and Florida Space Coast is that SpaceX has now gotten a key environmental approval to begin construction and renovations on a launch pad 37 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where they hope to soon begin launches of the Super Heavy rocket and Starship. That would be big news, and we have talked about this quite a bit as we have kind of tracked the developments and the different steps in this process for Starship to come to Florida's Space Coast. I want to bring in Dr. Don Platt with the Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center. Always good talking with you, Dr. Platt, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Platt, just kind of give me your reaction to this step and what it means in this process of bringing Starship to Florida.
Sure, yeah. Well, of course, Starship was already planned to launch from Pad 39A, but there's supposed to be literally dozens of these Starships launching from Florida in the coming years, so they need more than one launch pad. And so they've had their eyes on the old Delta IV launch pad, which is over on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. And so with this approval now, they're able to actually build 2 launch pads there to launch Starship rockets in the future once they come here to Florida.
So when we hear work, on construction, what does that mean? What does that look like? What all goes into building something that is capable of handling these launches?
Sure. Well, it's definitely an engineering project. And so essentially, they've already cleared the way from the old launch pad that was used for the Delta IV launches. And so now they're ready to actually build these 2 new launch pads. And so, of course, it takes beefing up the concrete and making sure that all of that is ready for this huge amount of thrust that a Starship rocket will generate as it lifts off from the pad. And then, of course, the gantry that is so common with our rockets that we see here on the Space Coast, all of that has to be built up too. And essentially what's happened here is that the Air Force and really also the Space Force has given approval from the point of view of environmentally, they have a go-ahead to build these launch facilities.
We've talked before about just how powerful Starship is. When it comes to building these launch pads and some of this work, does it have to be beefed up even more so than maybe another launch pad, or is the process kind of the same here when it comes to something less powerful?
Sure. Yeah. Well, they actually saw in the early launches from Texas with the Starship that the pad there was not fully up to snuff. And they actually had some concrete that was ejected from the pad in early tests and sent flying. And so they've certainly learned a lot, and they'll apply all of that information to building these pads. But yeah, these pads are definitely going to have to be an upgrade over what we saw there previously, even for a pretty big rocket in the Delta IV rocket that launched from that area previously.
And so this would, as you said, would give them multiple places that they can launch these Starships in Florida. Why is that important, and why do they see that as a necessary step?
Well, honestly, I think at some point they might have an interest in launching more than one Starship in a day. And especially as they move forward with a lunar program that might need refueling in space. And so you'd launch one Starship and then have another one come and refuel it to go on to a mission to the moon. Or, of course, the eventual goal is missions to Mars. And there will have to be literally dozens of those Starship launches taking place for any Mars-related mission. And, of course, there is also an interest in commercial aspects of the Starship, and certainly the Space Force and the Air Force have an eye on national security related payloads and launching those from Starship. So there's probably going to be a lot of customers lining up to get access to Starship launches.
Dr. Platt, it's kind of crazy to think about multiple Starship launches in the same day. I mean, imagine telling that to Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong 50 years ago that something like that could be something that we end up seeing here soon.
Well, honestly, it still astonishes me. I remember when 20 launches in a year was considered to be a pretty good year for the Space Coast. And so now we're getting 20 in a month. And we may have even more than that here in the next few years. And so, I think there's absolutely no doubt that we'll see more than one Starship launch in a day, just like we've seen more than one Falcon 9, for instance, launch in a day, or Falcon 9 and an Atlas V launch in a day. So we'll see things like that on a very common basis here in the future.
What does that tell us about the trajectory of this industry and how important it is right now?
Oh yeah, I mean it's never been more popular. It's never had as much investment money. It's never had so many different groups and people beyond the U.S. government. A lot of this money is private money. that's going into these launches. You know, we can't say anymore that the government is spending all this money on space. I think that they're being well outpaced now by commercial entities and the amount of money that they're spending on the space industry.
At the same time, we have heard concerns from folks who live in the area about the impact on their houses specifically, and some other things as well. But and especially when you're talking about potentially seeing multiple Starship launches in the same day because of having multiple launch pads, is that a valid concern to worry about what, you know, kind of some of the impact and the cumulative force of all this could mean?
Sure, yeah, this is the largest rocket that will have ever taken off from our coast. And so certainly the first few launches will be a learning experience. I think that they may be able to learn things, adjust trajectories, and do certain things to sort of minimize the amount of noise, the amount of vibration. But we do feel it. I live in Melbourne, and I feel rocket launches all the time, and that's on with a Falcon 9, let alone something as large as a Starship. So there is concern there, as well as, of course, if you're closing down the seaways and the airspace for multiple launches a day, the ramifications and the potential impact then on people who are going about other activities on the Space Coast.
We know there was quite a bit of public comment, a number of meetings that the Air Force and others have held about some of the impacts of this leading up to, you know, some of these decisions about Starship and that kind of thing. So where do things go from here now, Dr. Platt? We know it's still a little bit of a ways away before we would see those launches from here, but it's not too far away.
No, it won't be too far away. Early in next year, we're going to see more test flights, probably in early January, of the Starship from Texas as it moves forward to becoming operational. And part of that process then is proving to the FAA that the Starship is ready to launch from here on the Space Coast as well. I think that there's a very real possibility that we could see a Starship launch from Florida in 2026.
Last thing I'll ask you here, and just economically, what would something like this, what does something like this and this process moving forward with the eyes of Starship and these launches coming here, what does that mean for Space Coast and the space industry here in Florida?
Sure. Well, we're seeing a tremendous amount of activity here on the Space Coast. Blue Origin has been in the news lately, and they're doing a number of different things here, and they're employing a number of people. If you have all these Starship launch pads here, there's going to have to be people working on those pads. So that's going to mean more high-paying engineering and technician-related jobs here on the Space Coast. And then, of course, in the early days, at least, of the Starship launches, there's going to be some big crowds coming here to see the Starship until it becomes passé, you know, and we'll know that the Starship has really arrived when people aren't looking up in the sky any longer and watching the launch take place.
It is kind of crazy just to think about how you get used to things like this, but it's still just mind-blowing to think about what all goes into just one of these launches, let alone several in the same day.
Absolutely.
Well, Dr. Don Platt, we always appreciate you sharing your expertise with us, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon to talk about Starship with us.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside the cabinet room of the White House, where President Trump holding his 9th cabinet meeting. And as you see right there, he is listening to a report from Scott Turner, the HUD Secretary, the Housing and Urban Development Secretary, speaking live right now as the President gets updates from the members of his cabinet about their respective departments and some of the work they are doing. So let's go ahead and listen in live this afternoon as this cabinet meeting continues.
People living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline and also working with Christian Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And so we are moving our building from D.C. to Alexandria to Jesus. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people by $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas.
It's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or 2 trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our Vice President, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. A family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers in our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes.
I think we also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right. And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership, and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and, again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week, as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're
That's
going to help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come.
The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation, led by energy prices, is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. That we can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head. That it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think that next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Great.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance. We do need to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now inside the U.S. Secret Service field office in Orlando, where we are awaiting a news conference any minute now about a consumer-related operation conducted in the Orlando area. So we don't know the details about it. We don't know what all it entails. We will learn about that shortly. But again, this is the U.S. Secret Service teaming up with local law enforcement as well that we expect to speak any minute now. So we will get you to that news conference as soon as it begins. Right now, I want to get you back live to the cabinet meeting. We are hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi speaking live right now as this meeting continues. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
Pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug. Working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooks, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID, Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our Antitrust Division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar. You won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs have native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the Vice President as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with, obviously, Administrator Loeffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot do read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices. And I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses, as it was for DEI, has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
That cabinet meeting continuing at the White House. We are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus so that we can get you to the Secret Service news conference once that begins. So we're going to take a quick break right now, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. I do want to apologize. We've been told by the Secret Service that news conference is, we're not allowed to stream that. So we will try to bring that to you a little bit later on here on Fox Local once it wraps up. Once we get that video back into our newsroom, we'll be able to show that to you. So again, I apologize. They are getting ready to talk about that consumer-related investigation, but or whatever it is. We'll find out in a little bit. So just wanted to let you know. I apologize for that. We will try to get you that as soon as we can. I want to go ahead and get you back inside the cabinet meeting right now, hearing from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is speaking live right now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam,
focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
They're terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skills.
This cabinet meeting is continuing right now at the White House, continuing to hear from a number of cabinet officials talking about their departments and the work that they are overseeing at the White House. I want to get you now to Tallahassee and something that we talked about earlier today. In fact, when we first started streaming at 11 o'clock this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus, and that is this news conference from a group talking about redistricting, expressing their concerns about Florida's look at mid-decade redistricting, something that Governor DeSantis has talked about, but something that has really been a push from the president and a number of Republican leaders, specifically at the federal level, pushing for states to look at this redistricting in the middle of the decade to try to help with Republicans holding on to seats in the U.S. House of Representatives ahead of the midterm elections next year. There was a group, a number of groups, Equal Ground, All Voting is Local, the ACLU of Florida, the Southern Poverty Law Center, among those holding a news conference earlier today in Tallahassee at the state capitol, where they said they called it No Partisan Maps Day of Action. They held this news conference. They were also planning to meet with legislators, express some of their concerns and talk with them as well. So I want to play for you some of what they had to say about why they are concerned about a mid-decade redistricting effort, because this is something that we'll be talking about more in the coming days and weeks in Tallahassee.
We stand together as part of a broad coalition committed to defending democracy and protecting the voices of everyday Floridians. While I'm not proud of the circumstances in which we are here, I'm proud of the people standing here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to uplift our communities and their voices as we demand what is right. We're here because Florida's governor and legislative leaders are attempting something unprecedented, dangerous, and fundamentally undemocratic. A mid-decade redistricting process designed to tip the scales of power for political purposes and silence voters, particularly those in the most marginalized communities of our state. Less than 20 years ago, the people of Florida, Republicans, Independents, Democrats alike, came together and overwhelmingly approved the Fair District Amendments. They did so because they understood then what we know is still true today. And that is that rigging maps have no place in a free and fair democratic society.
Hear, hear.
We do not want politicians choosing their voters. And we made it illegal to draw districts that favor a political party, that dilutes the voting power of minority groups, or drawn in a way to favor incumbents. We made it illegal, not questionable, not up for interpretation, but illegal. And yet today we watch as elected officials abandon their constitutional duty to serve the people, choosing instead to serve the political demands of one man who has openly called for gerrymandering across the country. That is not democracy. That is a power grab. And Florida legislators, our message to you is that your allegiance is to your constituents, the people of Florida, the people who sent you to Tallahassee to protect their interests, not work against them. Undermining our democracy to serve political ambition and personal loyalty is a betrayal of public trust. We deserve leaders who will stand up for the people, not sell us out for power. Unfortunately, we've seen this movie before. Florida has a long and complicated history of gerrymandering. In fact, just 3 years ago, the governor forced through a congressional map that dismantled black political representation across the state, tearing apart communities from Tallahassee and the Panhandle through Jacksonville and Central Florida all the way down to South Florida. It erased decades of progress and silenced the voices of black voters, brown voters, and other marginalized groups who have long fought to be heard. Redistricting is not just about lines on a map. It's about power. It determines who gets to sit at the table and who is shut out. It is about whether our communities have a real voice in decisions about our schools, economic policies, public safety, voting rights, affordable housing, and health care. And when politicians manipulate district lines, they manipulate the outcomes, deciding who wins even before a voter gets the chance to cast a ballot. And so today we collectively stand to say no. We will not allow Florida to redraw maps behind closed doors. We will not accept maps designed to predetermine the outcome. No. We will not allow our state to continue to strip away the voting rights of the most marginalized constituents in our state. No. We will not let politicians choose their voters. No. And so today we rise our voices and we demand hands off our maps. Follow the law, respect the will of the voters, because Florida belongs to the people, not the politicians. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. At this time, I'll be bringing forth Mr. Jonathan Weber from Southern Poverty Law Center.
Thank you so much to Genesis, of course. Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Jonathan Weber. I'm the Florida Policy Director for the Southern Poverty Law Center, a nonpartisan nonprofit. Thank you, Brad. Earlier this year, President Donald Trump said the quiet part out loud. He pressured Republican-controlled legislatures across the country to redraw their congressional maps for his own political gain. In Texas, he even claimed, "We are entitled to 5 more seats." Let me be clear, no politician and no party is entitled to a single seat. It is the people who are entitled to fair maps and equal representation. Yes. Here in Florida, we know this fight well. Generations of Floridians lived through the long shadow of Jim Crow. We watched Black Floridians push through decades of discrimination just to claim their fair and rightful place in our democracy. We remember and celebrate the triumph of the Voting Rights Act in 1965. We remember in 2010 when Floridians of every political party and independents amended our state constitution to demand fair districts because they were tired of politicians choosing their voters. We remember the truth exposed after 2012 when illegal partisan gerrymandering had so infected our process that the courts had to step in. Then came 2022. We saw our governor throw the process into chaos and impose a controversial congressional map that dismantled representation for communities tracing their roots back to enslavement and Reconstruction. A map that stripped students at Florida's 2 oldest HBCUs, Edward Waters University in Jacksonville and Florida A&M University right here in Tallahassee, of the ability to elect the candidates of their choice. And now we're watching it all over again. Not because Florida's laws changed, and not because we have new census data, but because the sitting president is demanding a political map that serves his interests. And the governor is desperate to stay nationally relevant at any cost. Among all the problems with this redistricting push, the clearest and most troubling is that it comes at the expense of the real issues Florida families desperately need their lawmakers to address. Floridians are drowning in property insurance hikes, soaring health care and housing costs, and utility and grocery bills that get higher every month. Instead of helping them, politicians are redrawing maps to protect partisan interests. To Governor DeSantis, Floridians are not confused, and we are not intimidated. We are not giving up fair districts. To the legislature, your constitutional duty could not be more clear. You can obey the Constitution or bow to political pressure, but you cannot do both. If you redraw these maps based on partisan gains, you will violate the Florida Constitution. You will waste taxpayer money, and you will deepen the mistrust voters already feel about whether their leaders respect the rule of law. Yes. You do not have to repeat this history. You can choose the Constitution over partisanship. You can choose Florida residents over partisan political pressure. You can choose stability, fairness, and the rule of law. Because at the end of the day, fair districts is not a suggestion. It is the law of the state. Yes. Follow the Constitution, end this mid-cycle redistricting effort. Florida is watching. Thank you so much. I'd like to call up Ms. Rosemary McCoy.
Good morning. I'm Rosemary McCoy, and Florida considers itself the Bible Belt. The United States consider themselves founded on Christianity and biblical principles. But I have this to say to you. Jesus Christ said, "A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another just as I loved you. You also to love one another. By this all people will know that you are my disciples, if you have loved one another." And that comes from John 13:34 through 35 ESV. We the people draw lines, and we say no to partisan illegal maps. My name is Rosemary McCoy. I stand before you as a descendant of enslaved people whose blood, labor, and resilience built this state and this nation. Yes. For over 30 years, I lived in Florida District 5 before it was dismantled. A district where approximately 46% of the population was black, 41% was white. It was a balance. But then we had collective voice in Congress back then. I still live in the same location, but in District 4, where 52% of the population is white and nearly 1/3 is black. This shift is not by chance. It is engineered. They scattered the black folks. Yep. Now, I pray that you all understand what that does to me. It reminds me of the slave ships. It reminds me of being my ancestors coming here to the United States and being scattered, separated from our families and our loved ones. Redistricting is not just about lines on a map, it's about your voice. We pay taxes. So we pay taxes. Shouldn't we have a voice in how our money is spent? Yes. Shouldn't we have a voice in how laws or policies are made? Yes. This is a return of a tactic historically used to prevent black citizens from achieving representation. When districts are drawn to dilute the power of black communities, working class, listen to what I'm saying, working class, we work hard, we pay taxes. And those that are affected by government shutdown, violence, high cost of living, we lose the ability to demand affordable health care, stronger gun safety laws, mental health intervention, and funding our neighborhoods desperately need. Yeah. But think about this. This is what happened. My district, Congressional 4, it was Congressional District 4, on August the 26th, 2023, 3 black Floridians were murdered in a racially motivated shooting at the Dollar General in Jacksonville. Now, the tragedy of all of this here is that Governor DeSantis declined $15 million in federal funds from the bipartisan Safer Community Act. The money could have been used to expand mental health services, strengthen background checks, and build violence protection programs. Instead, he gave $1 million to Edward Waters for security. Shame. We thank him for that. But guess what? Security without policy is no protection. Right. It is reaction instead of prevention. Yes. So I say this, while Governor DeSantis with the $915 million, Congressman Aaron Bean sent his condolences to the families, but his condolences did not stop prevention. Congressional District 4 needs leaders, unlike Congressman Aaron Bean, to sponsor policies that save lives and protect voices. Remember, most of my fellow speakers, they mentioned protect our housing. We have high insurance rates, expand our education, build climate resilience, improve our fair wages, transportation. We have a lot of things that we could be working on instead of trying to pass an illegal map. Yes. But this is the other thing I want Congress to understand. The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell in it. That means that nothing belongs to any race of people. Nothing belongs to any particular party. It belongs to
That gives you an idea of some of that news conference earlier today in Tallahassee, as a number of advocates and activists speaking about their concerns about a mid-decade redistricting push. We will, in our 2 o'clock hour, when we talk with Gary Fineout from Politico, we will talk with him about the mid-decade redistricting efforts and kind of the status of those and what it looks like with the House and Senate potentially taking up some of those efforts. So we'll have an update on that in about an hour right here on Fox Local. Right now we're going to take a quick break, though, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Interesting discussion in a Lake County Commission meeting earlier today when commissioners discussed economic incentives and the next steps for the county after Kroger announced it plans to close its fulfillment facility in Groveland. So this is an update to a story that we first brought you maybe a week or so ago. And at that time, we heard from one of the commissioners talking about how they wanted the county to see what it could do to be repaid, essentially claw back some of the economic incentives that they had paid out to Kroger for this over part of what was a 10-year contract, essentially for economic incentives and other things for being there in Groveland in Lake County and providing those jobs. About 1,000 jobs lost by the closure of this fulfillment facility. And so we had heard before from commission members that they wanted to try to get some of those incentives back. And that came up for discussion today. We heard a proposal from a presentation rather from Megan Brew, the Lake County Economic Development Director, who talked about what those incentives look like, and some of the commission members talked about the next steps. Here is part of that discussion from the Lake County Commission meeting earlier today.
I am before you this morning for discussion and direction regarding Kroger Company of Ohio's recent closure announcement and to present a proposal related to fiscal year 26 funds budgeted for incentive agreements made between Lake County, Kroger, and Ocado. As you are aware, Lake County operates an economic development incentive program designed to attract capital investment and create medium and high wage jobs in our community. These incentives are deployed strategically when Lake County is competing with other communities for targeted industries, helping us stand out as a destination for investment. In 2019, the Lake County Office of Economic Development successfully incentivized Kroger and Ocado to select Groveland as the site for their Florida distribution center. Together, these companies invested more than $280 million into the Groveland project. During their period of operation, they contributed significantly to the local tax base, paying over $8 million in ad valorem taxes and nearly $500,000 in impact fees. Our incentive program does require companies to meet agreed upon metrics annually before payments are issued. Additionally, the agreements spell out that the number of agreed upon jobs must be maintained throughout the life of the agreement. Kroger and Ocado did meet these requirements in 2022, 2023, and 2024, resulting in incentive payments in those 3 years totaling $313,000 for Kroger and $871,000 for Ocado. Additionally, Kroger received a waiver of their impact fees in the amount of $147,000. A simple return on investment calculation based on taxes and impact fee monies received from Kroger and Ocado, as well as incentives and waivers paid out to Kroger and Ocado, results in an ROI of over 600%. This calculation, of course, does not include wages or the impact of capital investments. On November 18th, 2025, Kroger announced plans to change their e-commerce model and withdraw from several states, including Florida. This unexpected decision will result in the closure of the Groveland facility and the loss of nearly 1,000 jobs in Lake County by February 1st, 2026. The timing of this announcement during the holiday season has been especially devastating for affected employees and for the broader community. Lake County has responded to this closure as we would to a natural disaster, quickly, collaboratively, and thoughtfully. In partnership with the City of Groveland, LEAD, CareerSource, Central Florida, and Kroger leadership, we have established a regular cadence of meetings to develop a soft landing strategy for impacted employees. And on Thursday of next week, we will host the first of 2 on-site job fairs to connect displaced workers with potential employers and other resources. And we are planning a repeated effort for that in January. In the meantime, the County Attorney's Office has been working on the best path forward for ending the aforementioned agreements. To that end, we would recommend approval of the following items. 1, for the county attorney to send a termination letter to Kroger Company of Ohio as required by the Economic Development Incentive Grant Agreement and the Waiver of Impact Fees Agreement. This may be waived if the parties execute a termination agreement. 2, of a termination agreement for Kroger Company of Ohio. And 3, for the county attorney to send a notice of possible material breach letter to Ocado Solutions USA Incorporated as required by the Economic Development Incentive Grant Agreement and approval of a termination agreement if necessary. Please note that the termination agreements do include a provision that no payments shall be made for tax year 2025 incentives, and a provision that Kroger and Ocado shall reimburse the county the full amount of grant and impact fee waivers paid to date. I do have an exciting proposal for the reallocation of current fiscal year incentive funds, but before we get to that, I'll turn it back to the board for discussion and action regarding these items.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Let me just start off the discussion by acknowledging sincerely, I know from me, and I'm sure all the board members, to anybody here and that is listening, that we understand the devastation of this news, to you, as you mentioned before the holidays. You were on my mind throughout the holiday, throughout this Thanksgiving weekend, because I'm sitting here trying to put myself in your shoes, somebody that's employed there, and they get this news, and I'm sure to say the least, it was very distracting on, the season of trying to be thankful, and then you're getting this news that your job is lost on starting February 1st. So I can only imagine, I'm not in your shoes, but for those that are listening, I know some people at my church that were affected by this. I just want to, again, I can't express enough, how much I feel for you and how devastating this is. In light of that, I will say thank you very much to Meg, to Jennifer, to Kathleen, and I see Pam from Career Source, for, as you said, literally jumping on this. It can't be emphasized enough, jumping on this as if it was a natural disaster, spending a lot of hours. What can we do? Let's figure something out, a course of action, and that's what you brought to us today. I mean, literally, we just got this news. We are all sitting here at our commission meeting the last Tuesday that we had our meeting, and we're getting the news just as we're starting the meeting. That's how we didn't even know. So this is so sudden, and it's shocking, but you've handled it very well. I want to thank Secretary of Commerce from the state of Florida, Mr. Kelly, Alex Kelly. Had a personal conversation with him over the Thanksgiving weekend, and he was offering up assistance and help to us. There's an event perhaps coming up. There will be at some point. I don't know the exact date.
We have a job fair on December 10th.
The
that we're
10th.
partnering with Career Source Lead and the City of Groveland to host at Kroger.
Okay, good. Yes, and they will be there. So I wanted to make sure I was correct on the date. So that's good. All right, so that'll be December 10th for anybody. We started putting the news out there on that. So thank you very much for doing that. And I think these are obviously something I totally support, and even your next step as well, which you're going to get to here in a moment or so. But any discussion before we get to what staff is also going to propose to us for our next step?
Okay. You've met with Lake Sumter State College and Lake Tech and prepared them for the onslaught. There's a lot of certificate programs that you can do at the college and Lake Tech that might help out. So
Everyone's been wonderful partners.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to say that I was highly disappointed and frankly surprised at how Kroger handled this whole situation. Like as Commissioner Parks said, we didn't find out until we were in session during the meeting last Tuesday. I thought that maybe a heads up or this conversation was even happening would have been good for us to get prepared. So I truly do feel sorry for all the impacted employees of Kroger. And we'll see where your next steps are.
Yeah. So anything else?
No, I agree totally with the sentiment and the ideas and the policies that are being proposed.
Okay. Great. So you want to go ahead, Meg, and tell us what you think we could do next?
I can do that, and if you want to come back to the action on that, we can do that.
All right. So
I'll make a motion that we approve the recommended approvals.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any discussion on that?
Well, you might want to let there's been some social media concerns that we were just giving money away and we're not going to get money back. Can you explain how we do that, Jennifer or Melanie, somebody?
So the money that was distributed for incentives was performance-based. It was not upfront funding that was distributed. They had to meet specific metrics every year, and if they met those metrics, and that was the number of jobs at a certain wage level that were created, if they met those metrics, they were given an incentive annually. So at this point, we are looking to not pay the incentive for the current tax year, 2025, and the terms of the original agreement do state that the jobs must be in place through the term of the agreement, which was 10 years. So it is the county's position that since those positions will not be retained for the full 10 years of the term of the agreement, that we have an opportunity to recoup the funding that was provided in the prior tax years.
Perfect. And I spoke with county attorney. We don't have a clawback clause in our agreements, so maybe it's something we could look into, that we could do a clawback clause.
So we don't have specific language, but we do have the intent of the agreement, which says that they have to maintain it. But going forward, we will look at more specific
Put some more teeth
language.
into it. Okay.
Yeah, because that part's a little bit nebulous maybe, because we had the understanding that it's 10 years.
We're taking the position that if they do not comply for the entire 10 years, that they owe the money back.
I agree with that.
And so that was just a part of the discussion in that Lake County Commission meeting earlier today. After that, they did also discuss what to do with the money in the budget for next year that they had kind of earmarked already for the payout of those ongoing incentive payments. So more discussion there in Lake County as they continue to track the fallout and some of the ramifications of the closure of that Groveland facility. Again, about 1,000 jobs. Many of those folks who live in Lake County learning recently that they will be without a job in just a couple of months from now. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside the cabinet room of the White House. President Trump now taking questions from reporters after that meeting wrapped up. So let's go ahead and listen in.
I'd like to use your number, $1.99 a gallon. Unthinkable if you go back a year and a half ago. It's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. You know, they're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see price. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions with your assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you had watched that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out, and if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the press would like to say they're not, you see the boat, they're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Pete has done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. We've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back. And the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it correctly?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you went off the room, is what you're saying.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but you know, people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. You know, the land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
You know what, when we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking over questions. I think this is the most transparent administration.
President Trump speaking right now, taking questions from reporters at the cabinet meeting that's been going on for several hours now, a couple of hours at least at the White House. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be back at the top of the hour, though. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we still have one more hour of live streaming news for you coming up right here on Fox Local and on YouTube. So keep it here, and we'll be right back after this.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Been a busy last 3 hours of live streaming if you've been with us on Fox Local. And if you're just joining us here on Fox 35, we appreciate you joining in. We've got another hour to go with you here and a lot of ground to cover. And we start with a story that's getting a lot of attention. A man who lives in England had police show up on his doorstep because of a picture that he took while on vacation here in Florida. Want to bring in this gentleman who joins us live via Zoom from England, John Richelieu Booth. We appreciate you joining us, John, here on Florida Live.
Thank you for having me.
So let's start at the beginning here, and if you could just talk to us about your trip to Florida, where you were, what you were doing, and we'll start at the beginning of things.
Okay. So I came to Florida for my 50th birthday to spend it with friends and family, and I was upstate in New York with a former work colleague and his family, and it was the July the 4th holiday. And the day after, my friends were shooting guns, and they said, "Hey John, you don't get the chance to do this back in the UK, so would you like to try?" Which is why they photoed me with a shotgun, where I look absolutely terrified. It's the first time I've held a gun, so you can see I'm not holding it right, and I look absolutely petrified. But I had some good instruction from a military veteran, my friend, and his son. So that was the trip.
And where in Florida did you say you were?
I was upstate.
Okay. And so you posted these photos that we're seeing on social media. Talk to us about those posts, what they said, and that kind of thing.
Okay, so I'm quite active on LinkedIn. I launched a support group for contractors during COVID, which turned into a new support group, which I call Coffee with a Hashtag Guy. And as part of that, every day I share a bit of a rundown at the top of the day. We've got a lot to get through. Here's what I'm up to. Here's a challenge I'm having, or whatever. Much like an anchor would do at the top of a TV or a radio show. And on the days in question, the photos had nothing to do with absolutely anything. I just posted them because I thought they were cool. And the shotgun photo brought an officer to my door, and he told me that a complaint had been made because it had alarmed somebody. I successfully guessed who the complainant was, and I was told to think twice before I post. You need to realise how you make people feel. Felt a little bit Orwellian, but seeing as I've been a law-abiding citizen for my entire life, I just wished the officer well, have a safe tour of duty, and I thought that was the end of it. Unfortunately, about 10 days later, the same police officer turned up with a little friend at 10:30 at night, forced his way into my property and arrested me for stalking and possession of a firearm based on the LinkedIn post and the header photo of my LinkedIn at the time. I then spent the night in the cells. I was interviewed and I was released on police bail. The police then turned up 3 times at my home address when I wasn't there. One day I was in a different county. At my parents' inquest, they passed away in a car crash in 2023. The police turned up 3 times in a row, and then they turned up about a week before I was due to answer bail, which was at the end of October. I was arrested again on the accusation that I'd breached my bail, which I had not done. Turned out to be a false report. I was released and returned to the police station at the end of the month, which was my bail date, the 25th of October, and I was charged with not the stalking, not the possession of a firearm, but a Section 4A public order offence for a completely different LinkedIn post. And that post has nothing actionable in it as far as I can tell. I've looked at all my posts, and that charge was dismissed by the Crown Prosecution Service, the CPS, a week before I was due to go to court.
And my understanding is, you mentioned you had an idea who kind of brought this complaint to the
Yes.
police attention. And my understanding is there is some history there. This is a former client of yours who may owe you money. And I'm just curious if you could see from maybe their perspective if this could be, the photos could be interpreted in a threatening manner.
Absolutely not. He wasn't mentioned. He wasn't named. Nothing to do with a threat. And I explained that to the police on multiple occasions. I also explained to the police that the photo of the gates to the gentleman's house, it's not illegal to take a photo of a residence as long as you're on public ground. That photo was taken by a business partner who this gentleman also owes money. He owes him about 3 times what he owes me.
Multiple nights in jail. I know you talked about, weeks of this process. What has this been like?
It's been absolute hell, if I can say that. I've struggled a lot since losing my parents. It's just me. I don't have a family anymore. I've been rediscovering my faith, so I've been asking him a lot of questions about why evil is done, why good people are punished, and I'm still waiting for some answers. But I have faith in him. He'll lead me through this, and hopefully I will be able to stand for people that can't stand for themselves and prevent this guy from hurting anybody else.
John, I think this is a story that in some ways is hard for us in the United States to kind of appreciate fully because of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and I'm just curious what you kind of make of that. Obviously, laws there are a little bit different, and I'm curious kind of how you think of this and how you keep this in perspective.
As I say, I'm kind of revisiting my faith and trying to have a bit of trust in him. I think that America's a great country. You've got, as you said, Garrett, you've got the First Amendment, which protects the freedom of speech. You've got the Second Amendment, which is the right to keep and bear arms. Both of those are very necessary to prevent, in my humble opinion, government overreach, which is what we're seeing in the UK at the moment. It feels like it's George Orwell's 1984. We can't say what we want. We can't post anything online. There's a meme of, how is it living in the UK? Oh, great, I can't complain. Really, that's good? No, I can't complain. I'll get locked up. Everyone's got to have seen that meme, and that is what it feels like living in Starmer's Britain at the moment. I know Vice President Vance called Mr. Starmer out in the Oval Office over freedom of speech. So, yeah, it does feel like we don't have freedom of speech in the UK.
So where do things go from here? I know you mentioned the charges have been dropped. Where do things stand, and what's next?
So I'm obviously very relieved and grateful to everybody that stood by me and to God for getting me through this. I think it's sunk in. I'm still a little bit shocked by all the attention this has gotten, with people like Elon Musk tweeting about this. Where do I go from here? Well, I'm semi-retired at the moment because I can't work. My reputation's been ruined. I'm considering my options in terms of an action against people on this one, but I'm not in a place where I can actually talk about it at the moment. The thing I can talk about is it has made me feel unsafe. Obviously in the UK you can't possess your firearm for the most part. You can't defend yourself, and there's no freedom of speech. I don't feel like this is my country anymore. I don't feel like I belong here. So I will be looking at alternatives. I am praying that God leads me to America. I would love to be in Florida with my adoptive family. that would be the perfect finish to all of this. But for now, I've just got to ride this out and see where it goes.
Well, John, there's certainly a lot of folks here in Florida who would welcome you here. Last thing I want to ask you about the response to this story. You mentioned Elon Musk and some of this response to this. Did you ever imagine this, or what has that been like, seeing some of that support and that reaction really pouring in from all corners?
It's very humbling. I wasn't prepared for it. I certainly wasn't prepared for Mr. Musk to tweet. I wasn't prepared for people like Alex Jones to put a post out, or all the YouTubers that I've seen that have mentioned this. People coming up to me in the street, in my gym, on public transport, just saying, we've seen you online and just keep going, keep fighting this. Can't imagine what it's been like for you. It's a humbling experience, and it reminds you that they can be a great people. They only lack the light to show them the way, and somebody needs to be that light for them. So, whatever God's plan is, I've got faith, and I hope we get through this, because freedom of speech, I don't think it's coming back in the UK.
John Richelieu Booth, we appreciate your time, appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live, and thanks for speaking with us and sharing your story this afternoon.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, give you this live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a Pinellas County teacher was critically injured over the Thanksgiving holiday after he was struck by lightning in Peru. He was actually mountain biking in Peru with a friend as well as a guide when he was struck. Now, that bolt of lightning did kill his friend that he was mountain biking with. We're told that James Fernandez, who's a teacher at Palm Harbor Middle School, suffered multiple neck fractures and a spinal cord injury as a result of being struck by lightning. Now, we're told that he has already undergone 2 emergency surgeries in Peru. And before becoming a teacher in Pinellas County, Fernandez actually used to work as a guide who led biking tours in Spanish-speaking countries. Fernandez's sister said that his family is familiar with lightning because they live here in Florida, but she said it is mind-blowing that he was struck by lightning in another country.
He's still down in Peru. He's still sedated, still intubated, and they're hoping for signs of progress over the course of the next couple of days to see how much feeling he's going to regain. You know, James was just a guy doing really amazing stuff and building a family and enjoying life like all of us want to do. Something tragic happened to his friend, something tragic happened to him, and we're just trying to get him and his family the help that they need.
So his family, they are trying to raise money to pay to have him sent back here to Florida to finish up his recovery. Garrett?
Gosh, what a scary situation to be dealing with anywhere, but then the added challenge of being in another country, and you can only imagine what he and his loved ones are going through right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tragedy. Not only are they going through this, dealing with him being critically injured and trying to get him back to Florida and get him the treatment that they need, but they're also mourning the loss of their friend who was killed by that bolt of lightning as they were mountain biking through Peru.
All right, our second story in the Tampa Connection today, and that is still questions and concerns even after changes were made to a proposed toll road in Polk County.
Yes, that's right. The Florida Department of Transportation has agreed to shift a proposed corridor for a tollway through northeastern Polk County, but not everyone is happy, and that's because plant advocates are still worried that even with this proposed change, that this roadway will still threaten a rare species habitat. Now, they're saying that the blush scrub balm only grows at Lake Marion Creek Wildlife Management Area in Polk County and nowhere else in the world. Now, the new Central Polk Parkway East route would begin at US 27 and connect directly to I-4 and State Road 429 via the future Poinciana connector, which is State Road 538. Now, the recently refined Corridor F won't be built through that plant's habitat, but it does go near it, and that's something that Gene Kelly, he's the president of the Florida Native Plant Society, says would make it difficult for wildlife land managers to do prescribed burns on the site to maintain the population. Kelly said that the scrub is significant in terms of its plant biodiversity and cannot be easily moved because it has exact habitat requirements. FDOT officials said that the highway is necessary to ease congestion and traffic on US 27 as well as local roads as the county continues to grow. But Kelly said he doesn't believe there's adequate justification to build the road and stands behind a no-build option. Now, FDOT will be holding a virtual public meeting on the project on December 15th at 6 p.m. They're also going to be holding an in-person meeting from 4:30 until 7 p.m. on December 17th at Tom Fellows Community Center. Garrett?
So something to certainly stay tuned on and see what comes from those public meetings. Could certainly be interesting.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. Obviously, Polk County is growing considerably, so the roadway is necessary, or a lot of people would like to see that roadway to help ease traffic congestion, but also, you know, this is the only place in the world where this plant grows, so maybe there's a happy medium or some way that this can be worked out.
Finally, in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, and this is a wild story out of Sarasota.
Yes, this may actually be Florida's version of finding a needle in a haystack. That's because a captain was able to find a Sarasota woman's engagement ring in the Gulf. So on the night before Thanksgiving, Cassie Yamin and her husband, they were checking crab traps off of Siesta Key when her ring slipped off in about 12 feet of water. She said that ring literally flung into the water, and she jumped in with all of her clothes on to try to get it, but she was unable to find it. Now, instead of losing hope, she turned to social media and put out a plea on several platforms, including Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. As she searched for a scuba diver to help her, her post made it all the way to Captain Joe Pistone with Salt and Mist Sea Tours out of St. Petersburg. Now, Captain Joe, he wasted no time. He actually drove down to Sarasota, suited up, and got in the water in the middle of the night with storms about to roll in. And Cassie, of course, she documented the whole thing on her TikTok account. Now, after about 2 hours of searching and with only minutes of air left, Captain Joe said he had an eye-opening moment. He said he saw a bunch of bait fish as well as a hammerhead shark, but he also saw that engagement ring. Captain Joe was able to grab the ring and bring it back on board, surprising Cassie and her husband. Now, their story has gone viral. It's brought hope and good cheer across the globe and created a newfound friendship. Garrett?
That is absolutely incredible. I'm sure he is thrilled, but just an unbelievable story there that they were able to track that thing down.
Yeah, it's definitely an unbelievable story, and she got so lucky that her social media post was able to reach this captain. And again, he said that he had only minutes of air left when he spotted those bait fish and the shark, but he also saw that ring, and he was just so happy that he was able to find that ring and give it back to Cassie. Her and her husband, they had only been married for 1 year and 1 month, and she said as they were checking their crab traps, she kind of had a feeling that she should probably not be doing that with her engagement ring on, and it was almost one of those things like as soon as she thought about it, she saw it fling off into the water, into the Gulf, and again, she wasn't able to find it, but fortunately, this captain was able to find that engagement ring for her.
That's where those silicone rings come in handy. My wife and I swear
Yes.
by those. Yeah. Well, Fox 13
definitely.
senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
And I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, nice to see the sun out there this afternoon.
Yeah.
We didn't see a whole lot of it this morning.
No, and not a lot yesterday either, Garrett. It's all thanks to this cold front. So it looks like tomorrow morning, probably brighter, but certainly a little more crisp in Central Florida.
At least it's looking a little bit more like the Sunshine State.
That's true, yeah, for sure. It looks pretty bright. It's a little breezy out there as well as this cold front is sneaking into north central Florida right now. It looks bright in Mount Dora. We can see the whitecaps, a little chop there on Lake Dora at the moment. So if you're getting out doing some boating, think about that. The wind going to make for likely slightly rougher conditions out there on our area waterways. But we are expecting this front to move through with not too much fanfare. We are expecting at least the potential for a few showers and thunderstorms. But right now, not a lot of activity out there. We're seeing a little bit of downpour activity across Osceola County right now, now getting into northern Brevard County. The front, this actually isn't even the lift from the front itself. It's still off to our north and west. So we'll have to watch that as it swings on through. But right now on Storm Tracker radar, just a couple of strikes over the last couple of hours, but not a lot of storminess, which is good news, but not to say that we can't see a few storms as it swings on through during the early evening, and eventually we'll get out of here pretty quickly. But to the north, that's where we are seeing the snow. It's already dumped a nice amount of snow across some of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, up into New England now, seeing some of that heavier snow. So as this lifts up the eastern seaboard from the mid-Atlantic to New England, expecting a nice amount of accumulating snow there. Great for the ski resorts if anyone's heading from the warm to the chill. But tonight it will be cooler, 50s to the northwest, around 60 in Orlando. So probably want at least a light jacket, maybe a hoodie out of the bus stop early tomorrow. And then we're back into the low 70s, with some spots likely not getting out of the upper 60s. So it is going to be a little crisp for our hump day, and it's something to think about if you're getting outdoors, maybe want to have a jacket. But I would say overall, Garrett, just a couple of storms through the rest of the evening, and then quieting down later on tonight into our Wednesday morning. So nothing crazy. We were kind of thinking there could have been the slim chance of maybe a stronger storm. Still probably on the table, but ingredients not looking quite as impressive as what they were looking yesterday. So some good news in that regard.
Yeah, good to know. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's a busy week in Tallahassee, another week of interim committee meetings, a number of them happening today with the House and the Senate, a number of committees for those houses meeting and considering a number of things, including property taxes, just a lot going on in Tallahassee, and this is really just the start. I want to bring in Gary Fineout, a Politico reporter who joins us live now for our Playbook Tuesday segment here on Florida Live. And Gary joining us from the Senate chamber there in Tallahassee. And Gary, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today here on Florida Live.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Yeah, a lot going on, as you said.
A lot going on. The Christmas decorations are up, which we can see right behind you. It's a great vantage point there. So we appreciate you joining us. I want to start with an interesting piece that you just published on Politico, and that kind of really looking at the dynamics of the looming mid-decade redistricting battle here in Florida. What can you tell us?
Well, as you know, we've seen a lot of other states have sort of already waded into this battle over drawing new maps for congressional seats, and Florida looks like it's poised to follow those other states. Governor DeSantis has been clamoring for this for a while now, but it's not been clear exactly what the legislature was going to do, how they were going to do it, when they were going to do it. The House is going to sort of get down to work later this week. They're going to have a sort of overview meeting where they're going to kind of discuss the framework of where everything stands and whether or not they can go forward. And they're prepared to press ahead in the regular session that starts in January. Governor DeSantis kind of threw a wrinkle into things by telling during an interview that aired last night that with a conservative website, basically saying he wants to have a special session dedicated to redistricting later in 2026. The House says they're really not interested in doing that. They want to do it now. The Senate, which has been the Senate president's been very non-committal and not really said a lot about what he's willing to do. But he did meet briefly with the governor yesterday and says, well, yeah, he sort of wants to do it during a special session as well. So we got a lot of questions. Part of this affecting all the timing is, will the U.S. Supreme Court issue a ruling in a case out of Louisiana that has to do with whether or not race can be considered as a factor in drawing districts? And a ruling in that case could affect things as well. And that's part of the reason that there's been some suggestion of holding off just a little bit. But the House wants to move ahead. So we have a potential scenario where maybe the House adopts a map, but we're not sure if the Senate will follow suit right away. So a lot of mystery as we head into the holiday season.
How hands-on would you expect the governor and the governor's office to be with that process?
Well, that's an excellent question. I mean, the governor has several people on his staff that have been involved with redistricting efforts in the past, including someone that they just hired over the summer. So he theoretically could produce his own map. And that's what happened in 2022, is back in 2022, Governor DeSantis didn't like the congressional map produced by the legislature, and he vetoed it and instead gave him a map that he wanted. And ultimately, they wound up adopting that map. So yes, it is theoretically possible the governor will say, no, I want this particular map. Now, hanging over all of this is the fact that under Florida law, you cannot redraw districts for Congress or the legislature for partisan gain. And so that's what the argument's going to be. Democrats this week have already said, look, we think any map that comes out is being done for partisan gain. It's to get more Republican seats to help Donald Trump. And we think that's flat out illegal under Florida law. So what you can take from that is, regardless of what happens, there's likely to be litigation. Now, the question is, will that litigation be resolved in any way, shape, or form before the 2026 midterm, or whatever map Florida comes up with will be the one that is actually used for next year's elections?
Just the beginning of the intrigue with that issue. Now, let's talk a little bit, speaking of intrigue, about the 2026 governor's race. We've seen some movement in that this week, but still nothing yet from Jay Collins?
Well, I mean, there are all the signs that Jay Collins is going to run. I mean, we reported in a story that ran over the weekend, him saying basically he's made his decision and he will be announcing it soon. There's a group out there that he has said he's aware of but is not part of. There's a group that's already spent, and the amount's now over $4 million. They've booked $4 million worth of television ads touting Jay Collins. They're a particular kind of group that doesn't have to go the same registration route as other political committees, but they've been airing these ads. So all these signs seem to point to that Collins is going to jump in at some point in time. And you hear things back and forth, about the timing. I mean, one of the things is we are coming up on the holidays. And so the question is it better just to wait? But meanwhile, you have Byron Donalds, who already has President Trump's endorsement for this race. He continues to raise money. He continues to be out there. And so if you're gonna challenge him, is it better to get in sooner rather than later? There are already a couple of other people who have already jumped into the race. We have former House Speaker Paul Renner. There is an investor from North Florida by the name of James Fishback, who basically, when he jumped into the race, he actually got some criticism from some White House Republicans who had a back and forth on X about whether or not he'd actually talked to them before he did what he did. So, but what it all points to is this isn't going to be a smooth ride for Byron Donalds. This is going to get a bit bumpy. Now, a Trump endorsement is very valuable. And if you look at polling, and if you look at what happened, of course, with DeSantis himself in 2018, it's really a big deal. But one of the things here is that Governor DeSantis himself has not yet endorsed anyone. He has made it clear he is not going to support Byron Donalds. So the question is, where does all this land in the new year?
Yeah, and you wrote a really interesting piece, Gary, about Byron Donalds and that Trump endorsement and how, essentially what it was designed to kind of do and prevent a really messy Republican primary. That kind of seems where we're headed, though.
Well, yeah, at this point in time, it looks like we are going to have a Republican. Now, I would only say that qualifying is not until the early summer. So, a lot of things could change, and maybe some people who are in the race now are not in the race when it's actually time to pay the fee to get on the ballot.
You talked about the endorsement. Obviously Trump has endorsed Donalds, and you mentioned the DeSantis endorsement that not going to be Donalds, but not sure yet what it might look like. What do you think means more or would mean more in the state of Florida once it comes time to casting a ballot in a Republican primary for this governor's race next year? Well,
I mean, a couple ways to answer that. Part of it is that, endorsements have a certain ceiling in terms of what they mean. Obviously, Trump's endorsement is very, very important. And it's not that the governor's endorsement wouldn't be important either, but endorsements are more signal things about momentum and your chances of raising money and what kind of support you have. Those are the things that come along with them. I think if you look at most polls, you have seen that there is a fair amount of Republican support. And that's who we have to care about at this point in time, because we're talking about the Republican primary, not the entire race. But in terms of Republican primary voters, they do like DeSantis and they like Trump. They like both of them. There is a contingent of DeSantis supporters, however, who don't like Donalds and have already made it clear online that they don't like Donalds. But when it comes to actual votes, well, we'll see how that plays out, because, a Republican primary in Florida is won in a lot of different places. But there are key places like the Villages and Southwest Florida. You're talking about older voters who probably aren't terminally online, like a lot of younger voters and people may be. So that's what you have to take into account at the end of the day. The thing about it is that right now, Donalds has a sizable cash advantage as well. So if need be, he could go up on the air. He could sort of, tout his endorsement from Trump and could do mailers and things of that nature. But I think the issue is going to be is how messy and how bitter is this primary? Are we going to have moments where, one of the people who's already in the race, James Fishback, who, again, we're not sure how much money he's going to have and how much support he's going to have, but he's already taken a lot of shots at Byron Donalds. And so the question is as this thing unfolds, is Donalds going to be taking on a lot of flack as he tries to get closer to that primary?
Last thing I'll ask you here, Gary, before we let you go, a busy week in Tallahassee. What else do you have your eye on with the happenings among the legislature and these interim committee meetings?
Well, we have, as I noted earlier, we have the Redistricting Committee that's later this week, but we did have a vote this morning on on some property tax bills. And the key note there is that the House originally came out with 8 ideas, and now they seem to have winnowed it down to 4. And they kind of, some of the House leaders this morning were a little bit, they suggested this is what they're going to be focusing on at this point in time. So I think we're going to continue to see how that all plays out. I mean, we're still waiting for the governor to come up with a plan. I mean, he said he's going to come up with a property tax plan. He's been critical of the House approach. So we're still waiting to see how that plays into everything. And for those who care, the governor has to produce his final set of budget recommendations before he's termed out. That's coming up in probably the next week or so. So, a lot to get into before we hit the holidays.
Gary Fineout, Politico reporter, we appreciate your time and appreciate you joining us live from Tallahassee here for Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you for having me on.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Live look right now along Florida's Space Coast from our Launch Credit Union camera. SpaceX targeting a launch of 29 Starlink satellites this afternoon from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That launch originally scheduled for 3:16. It's now showing that we're about 2.5 hours from liftoff for that, so a little bit closer to a little after 5 o'clock for that. But that's not the only space news today, because SpaceX has gotten approval for to build Starship launch pads at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and Launch Complex 37 that would give more launch pads for potential launches of Starship. We've talked a lot about how powerful it is and what that would allow SpaceX and others to do with that launch. That the test launches have been going off in Texas, expected to move to Florida's Space Coast. And earlier today, I talked with Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology about what happens now, what the process is for building those launch pads, and what it means for our space industry here in Florida. So, Dr. Platt, just kind of give me your reaction to this step and what it means in this process of bringing Starship to Florida.
Sure, yeah. Well, of course, Starship was already planned to launch from Pad 39A, but there's supposed to be literally dozens of these Starships launching from Florida in the coming years, so they need more than one launch pad. And so they've had their eyes on the old Delta IV launch pad, which is over on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. And so with this approval now, they're able to actually build 2 launch pads there to launch Starship rockets in the future once they come here to Florida.
So when we hear work, on construction, what does that mean? What does that look like? What all goes into building something that is capable of handling these launches?
Sure. Well, it's definitely an engineering project. And so essentially they've already cleared the way from the old launch pad that was used for the Delta IV launches. And so now they're ready to actually build these 2 new launch pads. And so, of course, it takes beefing up the concrete and making sure that all of that is ready for this huge amount of thrust that a Starship rocket will generate as it lifts off from the pad. And then, of course, the gantry that is so common with our rockets that we see here on the Space Coast, all of that has to be built up too. And essentially what's happened here is that the Air Force and really also the Space Force has given approval from the point of view of environmentally, they have a go-ahead to build these launch facilities.
We've talked before about just how powerful Starship is. When it comes to building these launch pads and some of this work, does it have to be beefed up even more so than maybe another launch pad, or is the process kind of the same here when it comes to something less powerful?
Sure. Yeah. Well, they actually saw in the early launches from Texas with the Starship that the pad there was not fully up to snuff. And they actually had some concrete that was ejected from the pad in early tests and sent flying. And so they've certainly learned a lot, and they'll apply all of that information to building these pads. But yeah, these pads are definitely going to have to be an upgrade over what we saw there previously, even for a pretty big rocket in the Delta IV rocket that launched from that area previously.
And so this would, as you said, would give them multiple places that they can launch these Starships in Florida. Why is that important, and why do they see that as a necessary step?
Well, honestly, I think at some point they might have an interest in launching more than one Starship in a day. And especially as they move forward with a lunar program that might need refueling in space. And so you'd launch one Starship and then have another one come and refuel it to go on to a mission to the moon. Or, of course, the eventual goal is missions to Mars, and there will have to be literally dozens of those Starship launches taking place for any Mars-related mission. And, of course, there is also an interest in commercial aspects of the Starship, and certainly the Space Force and the Air Force have an eye on national security-related payloads and launching those from Starship. So there's probably going to be a lot of customers lining up to get access to Starship launches.
Dr. Platt, it's kind of crazy to think about multiple Starship launches in the same day. I mean, imagine telling that to Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong 50 years ago that something like that could be something that we end up seeing here soon.
Well, honestly, it still astonishes me. I remember when 20 launches in a year was considered to be a pretty good year for the Space Coast. And so now we're getting 20 in a month. And we may have even more than that here in the next few years. And so, I think there's absolutely no doubt that we'll see more than one Starship launch in a day, just like we've seen more than one Falcon 9, for instance, launch in a day, or a Falcon 9 and an Atlas V launch in a day. So we'll see things like that on a very common basis here in the future.
What does that tell us about the trajectory of this industry and how important it is right now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's never been more popular. It's never had as much investment money. It's never had so many different groups and people beyond the U.S. government. A lot of this money is private money that's going into these launches. You know, we can't say anymore that the government is spending all this money on space. I think that they're being well outpaced now by commercial entities and the amount of money that they're spending on the space industry.
At the same time, we have heard concerns from folks who live in the area about the the impact on their houses specifically and some other things as well. But and especially when you're talking about potentially seeing multiple Starship launches in the same day because of having multiple launch pads. Is that a valid concern to worry about what, kind of some of the impact and the cumulative force of all this could mean?
Sure, yeah, this is the largest rocket that will have ever taken off from our coast. And so certainly the first few launches will be a learning experience. I think that they may be able to learn things, adjust trajectories, and do certain things to sort of minimize the amount of noise, the amount of vibration. But we do feel it. I live in Melbourne, and I feel rocket launches all the time, and that's on with a Falcon 9, let alone something as large as a Starship. So there is concern there, as well as, of course, if you're closing down the seaways and the airspace for multiple launches a day, the ramifications and the potential impact then on people who are going about other activities on the Space Coast.
We know there was quite a bit of public comment, a number of meetings that the Air Force and others have held about some of the impacts of this leading up to, some of these decisions about Starship and that kind of thing. So where do things go from here now, Dr. Platt? We know it's still a little bit of a ways away before we would see those launches from here, but it's not too far away.
No, it won't be too far away. Early in next year, we're going to see more test flights, probably in early January, of the Starship from Texas as it moves forward to becoming operational. And part of that process then is proving to the FAA that the Starship is ready to launch from here on the Space Coast as well. I think that there's a very real possibility that we could see a Starship launch from Florida in 2026.
Last thing I'll ask you here, and just economically, what would something like this, what does something like this and this process moving forward with the eyes of Starship and these launches coming here, what does that mean for Space Coast and the space industry here in Florida?
Sure. Well, we're seeing a tremendous amount of activity here on the Space Coast. Blue Origin has been in the news lately, and they're doing a number of different things here, and they're employing a number of people. If you have all these Starship launch pads here, there's going to have to be people working on those pads, so that's going to mean more high-paying engineering and technician-related jobs here on the Space Coast. And then, of course, in the early days, at least, of the Starship launches, there's going to be some big crowds coming here to see the Starship until it becomes passé, and we'll know that the Starship has really arrived when people aren't looking up in the sky any longer and watching the launch take place.
Yeah, probably a good point. I think sometimes we do take all of this for granted. Here's, again, a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera. A couple hours out from a Starlink launch slated for a little bit later this afternoon from Cape Canaveral. Keep it here on the Florida Live. We've got more to come next on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let's talk a little theme parks here. Some exciting news for parents and kids alike. Bluey and Bingo are going to be coming to Disney. Let's bring in Theron White. He's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, one of our theme park experts here. And Theron, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon to talk theme parks on Florida Live.
Always happy to join. I feel like we talk multiple times a week and there's always like 5 brand new things.
Yeah, it's constant. And I know a lot of people excited by this news. What do we know about Bluey and Bingo?
Yeah, so Bluey and Bingo are going to be coming to Disney's Animal Kingdom theme park next summer in 2026. You're going to be able to take a train ride to the conservation station and be able to meet them there. There's going to be interactive games, and of course, you can meet some of the characters as well. They're also going to be going to other Disney properties around the United States, over in California at the Disneyland resorts, as well as on the Disney Cruise Line. Disney got the rights to the Bluey franchise a couple of years ago, and we've been kind of waiting around going, Disney, what are you doing? When are the characters going to show up? There's been a little bit of merchandise, but now, of course, are going to get those experiences. And so that means there's even more stuff that are going to be happening specifically at Walt Disney World next year. They're doing a lot of updates to make sure that 2026 has plenty of stuff, mostly at Hollywood Studios, but now we're getting something for Disney's Animal Kingdom as well.
We know how popular Bluey is. What do you think took so long?
That I'm not sure, because once they got the rights, we thought it was going to be rapid fire. I kind of expected to see some of those characters show up instantaneously, but maybe it was a ton of legal things. I mean, we know that this show was originally based in Australia and has now made a worldwide phenomenon. It could have been Disney's lawyers, their lawyers, trying to figure all this stuff out, or there was an idea that got changed midway through. We're not going to know the answer to that, but what we do know is that finally these beloved characters are going to be showing up inside the Disney parks, and I think families are going to be very, very excited about that.
Oh, there is no doubt about that. Why Animal Kingdom? Why do you think that's the spot?
That's actually interesting. Originally, we all thought it was going to be going to Disney's Hollywood Studios. They had the animation courtyard, which is now going to be switching over in 2026. It kind of seemed like a perfect idea of where to put them. But the fact that it's going over to the conservation station, this seems like a great thing for Disney's Animal Kingdom. The park itself right now is under a lot of construction as they're getting ready for the Tropical Americas land that's going to be opening up in 2027. So maybe that just seems like a perfect spot to be able to put these characters and add a little bit more life into the park, since a big kids area was knocked down recently for the 2027 stuff. So I don't know the exact reason, but maybe we'll learn a little bit more about why they're at the conservation station. Maybe they'll have a theme that's specific to Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Now, Theron, there's a lot of other theme park news here. Let's talk about an anniversary for Cirque du Soleil at Disney Springs.
Yeah, Cirque du Soleil's original show, La Nuba, was at Disney Springs for many, many years. It was the longest running stage show ever for Cirque du Soleil. A couple of years ago, they brought out Drawn to Life, and it is the first time that Disney and Cirque du Soleil have worked together to be able to create a show of this caliber. I saw La Nuba, and I absolutely loved it, and now I have seen Drawn to Life, and I'm going back soon for its anniversary celebration. It's a fantastic, fantastic show. It really is what I think is a basically perfect collaboration of Cirque du Soleil's stunts and their music and kind of the wackiness and stuff that they put into their shows, and then the Disney storytelling. I don't want to give away any spoilers, but I will say it is a very, very heartfelt Disney story that uses some Disney characters, but also has an original story that is telling while you're going throughout the show. The show is about 90 minutes long, and it is fantastic. Like, those 90 minutes fly by. There's a ton of different things. They're kind of explaining how Disney animation works while doing stunts. Again, no spoilers, but I really think if you're a Disney fan and a Cirque fan, this is something you must see one day.
Right. It looks incredible. Meanwhile, let's stop in at Hollywood Studios for a minute, because I think some people were shocked and surprised that the pre-show at Rock and Roller Coaster has closed earlier than expected.
Yeah, I am one of those people that was surprised. I heard people yesterday saying that Rock and Roller Coaster's pre-show was down, and I was like, oh, things happen, rides break down. And then it was explained to me that no, it's not down like temporary, it's never coming back. So if you liked that intro with Aerosmith, I mean, that's done. At this point, Disney has now covered that up. There's a gigantic metal wall there. So it still features some theming. They talk about G-Force records in there. It's not like there's a super obvious blank wall, but if you're a fan that's been going there for a long time and you love this, you're going to have to head to YouTube now to be able to see that pre-show, because it appears that it is not coming back while Disney is working on the Muppets iteration of Rock and Roller Coaster. We knew that Disney was working on a Muppets version, and we knew that they said they wanted to switch it over to be able to come to the park and kind of keep the Muppets there at Disney's Hollywood Studios. But I was surprised to say that it's shut, it's closed. You had no chance to go and see it for a last time. There wasn't like that final crowd. There's going to be for the eventual last day of the ride, and that'll probably be busy. But it is just kind of surprising that Disney did this. The positive of this, though, is that this means that Disney's probably working as fast as they possibly can. They probably want to shut down that ride for a very minimal amount of time, and they saw it as close the pre-show down. Let's get that finished so that we can do the ride as quickly as it can be. A
rather abrupt ending, but that would be good if it's not closed down for very long. Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Happy to join you all. Have a great day.
We are tracking a little bit of breaking news here on Florida Live before we let you go. Just into our newsroom from Brevard Public Schools, we've learned that Satellite High School currently on a lockdown because of a phoned-in threat. There's someone calling into a threat into their front office. We know law enforcement is on the campus investigating that report, conducting a full search of the school. We're told all students are safe. They are secure in their classrooms right now. Neighboring Delora Middle School is in a lockdown as well. Holland Elementary is in a shelter in place because of that incident as well. So we'll keep tracking that. We'll have an update for you in a little bit here on Fox Local and on Fox 35 News. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Been a busy day. As we wrap up, give you a view along our Space Coast on this Tuesday.